Hello, everyone. Please kindly be reminded that it's now time to start the afternoon session. So for those of you who has the room to go, particularly in another building, please go to your assigned room to start the afternoon session. Thank you.
No, it's like a non-paper. Yeah.
Non-paper is a draft.
Hello, everyone. Now we start the breakout session. So please take your seat at the pre-assigned seat. And for those of you who need to move to another room, kindly move to other pre-assigned room. Thank you.
question. There should be barriers and challenges around policy.
But on the agenda is the same question for all the workshops.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake. But you can just clarify.
Oh, really?
In the agenda, it's barriers and challenges, yeah, but you should add for your topic
Not
around
for
policy.
energy efficiency. Because
No, it's transport, just energy transition in the transport sector, that's right. But for all the topics, for the four.
no.
Okay, so unfortunately I'm going to have to remove you from the lovely chats that you're probably having with your neighbors, but it's time to work. Let's all remember that there's a great reward after this afternoon, is that we're going on a culture visit, isn't it? So I think that's the target for all of us, exchanging and learning, and then knowing that there's a great reward coming up. So what are we here for? The good thing about this being the second day is that I don't have to explain how this is going to work. But let me just take a moment to tell you what is the question that we're going to be cracking. So basically, we are here to talk policies and measures. A couple of words that are perhaps missing a bit for there. But basically, think about policies and measures. What are those barriers? What are those actionable solutions for just energy transition in the transport sector? Of course, we are thinking about the urgency in the sense that we need to do this within this decade. And we are thinking about this through the lens of the different subtopics that we have been talking about since yesterday. So while that gets a bit tweaked, the words there, remember, policy and measures for the just energy transition in the transport sector. Tell me about the barriers, the challenges, the actionable solutions. So with this, we're going to follow exactly the same dynamic that we had yesterday. It's a dynamic in which we want to hear from you. The idea is that we would learn as much as possible from each other. And I would love to see many flags already getting raised so we can start the conversation. So I would like to encourage an icebreaker, somebody who would have the courage of, taking us out of the steep after lunch curve. And then I'm going to go a bit down there, because there's a lot of echo here for me to actually listen to you, and also because I want to be a bit more closer. But first, I need one flag to be raised. I need that party who's going to be courageous to take us out of the silence and kick the conversations off. Who's going to be that? Phenomenal. I see already one flag. Could I try to have a second flag, so then we would have a bit of a continuity between the first party and the second one? Another courageous party wanting to share thoughts, perhaps? Well, courage builds up in the room. Let me salute the courage of Australia. You got the floor, please. And I can hand the mic. Don't worry. That way we don't know.
G'day. Thank you for the opportunity. I think the clear way to step up and scale up mitigation ambition is, at least in the Australian context, was the clear signals sent now to both the private and public sector about hitting net zero by 2050. So within the Australian context, the government's legislated for targets. Targets, or legislated targets, provide certainty for business and government to invest. The second part about that is that the interdependence of various sectors on each other. So I work on the transport net zero roadmap and work plan, but that has obvious implications across the energy sector more broadly, because the transport sector is obviously reliant on the energy sector for the fuel that propels it, whether that's electricity or e-fuels or biofuels or what else. And then coupled with that, you've got a clear legislative goal set out to hit net zero by 2050. And that then sends a clear signal through to government, to private sector. In addition, all of the large emitters in Australia now, so any facility that emits over 100,000 tonnes of CO2e a year, is required to reduce their emissions by 4.9% per year. And there's a few variations on that to allow for expansion of production, but it's on a unit variable basis. So there's a clear signal there for industry saying, you need to be taking this serious because we will hold you to account. And a clear signal then to the entrepreneurs and the people who wish to invest in the newer, lower carbon technologies. So you combine with market push and market pull arrangements. Then you set up on the side there, and we have a couple of institutions in Australia, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, all of which have money available for seed funding and to reduce that first mover disadvantage that you especially have in the transport sector. You know, the freight sector in Australia consists mainly of owner-operators who are very knowledgeable about their business, but there's a big gap to step then from traditional diesel fuel through to electrification or other fuels. So you need to reduce that first barrier for it. And as I said, we've done this by setting up a series of sectoral net zero plans, but pulled together under Prime Minister and Cabinet to make sure that the plans work across the whole of the Australian economy. And we'll talk a bit later about what other things are happening in the Australian economy and as we go forward, where appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you so very much for that experience. It shouldn't be me talking too much. It should be a lot of flags being raised if it's at all possible. But while perhaps we wait for some flags to be raised, let me build upon what the delegate from Australia was telling us. I think it reflects very much the importance of setting targets and actually how legislation and regulation that contains those targets can actually send those signals. Private sector and investors, I think you were mentioning, isn't it? And then how we obviously adapt those targets to sectoral planning that is in an economy-wide perspective here and that integrates those policies like transport and energy that need to come together. But this is too much from me. I think that what we would love is to hear from you, please, parties, so we can really honor your time here. So who is the next courageous party that would help us overcome the low energy level in the afternoon? That is, of course, very normal. Let me see a couple more flags, please, being raised here. If I go closer to you, would I be more intimidating? I see a flag there, isn't it? Switzerland. So we have Switzerland. I would love to have a third flag. So I could say Switzerland followed by, you know, and we could create some tempo. But while that doesn't happen, Switzerland, we would love to hear from you, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you've all enjoyed a very generous lunch. No, I just wanted to react to what Australia was just saying around the importance of having legal certainty provided by government. In Switzerland, we also have a net zero objective by 2050, as well as a long-term decarbonization objective for our transport sector. But we really do believe that such objectives, also at the global level, could be really helpful in driving investments by private sector and sending a really strong market signal. So we would see value also listening to the conversations we've had the past 2 days in thinking about, what kind of signal could we send at the global level around fossil-free transport, including both modal shift and electrification. We know that electrification is perhaps not always suited in every single national circumstance. So something that looks also at modal shifts could be particularly interesting, and possibly a next step could be to envision looking at deadlines for internal combustion engine sales, for example. That has been done by a number of countries, but I think it would be interesting also to hear from those countries who have such targets and hear a little bit about their experiences there. On the Swiss side, maybe talking a bit more about national policy. One of the barriers that we experience with the expansion of EVs is really it's perhaps not one of policy; it's more one of infrastructure. So in Switzerland, we have a lot of our population who does not own their own home, and therefore having capacity to build their own charging stations is one of a very concrete infrastructure issue which we face. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Switzerland. Do we have any other flags? From here we have a great viewpoint, so I don't think we are missing any, isn't it? Let me just get close to my... No, we don't. Okay, so do I keep up filling time? Let me just perhaps... Oh, please, Belgium.
Thank you, co-facilitator or facilitator in this case. Thank you so much, and I also want to pick up upon a couple of points that were raised by others, and also in the course of the previous day. We think it's important really to have a holistic approach that takes into account different perspectives and also different actors in trying to give incentives to adjust energy transition. And as the colleagues of Australia and also Switzerland said, it's really important to give a long-term stable perspective to investors and all kinds of stakeholders. And also we in the EU, we have enshrined in our climate law, we have a 2050 net zero target, and more specifically with regard to electrification of transport. There is also a clear deadline or a clear target from 2035 on. All new car sales should be net zero vehicles. And I think another important barrier is if we want to move away from fossil fuels. We all have in all countries, both developed and developing, we still have a huge amount of fossil fuel subsidies who actually give incentives in the wrong direction, giving stimulus for more fossil fuel use and implying more emissions instead of moving away and trying to curb the emissions curves of the transport. And yeah, building upon this, I think very strong policy instruments that governments have are fiscal instruments and to steer behavior of both the population in general, but also the business sector. And so my last point is that not all policies and all measures need to cost a lot of money. For example, yesterday it was also mentioned by colleagues here in this room that efficient standards, for example, can really help. They are good for the climate, and they are also good for the consumers in the end, because they bring down the use of energy. And there are also we also mentioned yesterday, very simple infrastructural measures that can be taken to better share the public space and to ensure safety for the users of collective transport and of non-motorized transport. I will leave it there for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belgium. Scan of the room before I over-dominate the floor. No flags. Thanks very much to Switzerland and to Belgium for having brought up, I think, this notion of how energy efficiency in transport is not only a matter of electrification, but it's also a matter of reducing, for starters, the energy demand, isn't it? And how that shift in modes and the type of forms of transport that we are using can help us as well with that energy demand and therefore turning our transport systems already more energy efficient, hopefully, as well. What else is resonating from what you're hearing? A lot has been said here, isn't it? The economy-wide comment that I think was shared by our Australian delegate, it's a very interesting one, isn't it? Because it connects us then to an entire amount of industrial sector, whether in whatever size it is, whether it is big industry, whether it is small or medium-sized enterprises. And it actually speaks about the multiplier effect of this transformation of transport systems and this just transition in the energy used by our transport systems. Anybody wanting to reflect perhaps on these notions of, the just transition that is behind it, the economy-wide components that are behind it? I'm just trying to give you a few hints there in case anything, it's resonating with you. Who's going to be the next courageous party who's going to help us keep the conversation going? Unless there are any interventions from the virtual world, potentially. No? Okay. So I need another courageous party. Come on. You're not earning your ticket for the cultural visit, eh? I think we're going to have to talk to the hosts here. Come on. We've been in certain type of geographies. I think it could be very beautiful if we could hear about how these barriers and solutions around policies and measures for the just energy transition in transport pans out in different geographies. Anybody perhaps from a seats and the particular distinctiveness that we have in seats as well with energy access? Anybody from a low or middle income country who would be wanting to share with us perhaps some of the experiences? Come on, delegates, help me. Come on. No? Nothing? This means that you need coffee? What does this mean? Because you're not going to learn so much from me talking 60 minutes that from you talking and listening to each other, if I can be so blunt, So, Lola, Amr, what do I do? I see you there, I'm putting you on the spotlight. Let me go to you. I can go to you. Lola, Amr, I think we need a bit of co-chair stamina here, I cannot do more. I could try dancing, but it's not my forte.
Hi, everyone. I think it's also difficult because you have to prepare your experts at home. Sometimes you may come to here and maybe not know everything about the transport policies. So I really appreciate it's sometimes difficult to have in-depth discussions about these technical questions. I think we've learned a lot from Marusha this morning, and also from both presentations on the policy questions. But I think besides looking at you, and Vita is always, they make a good team together.
Thank you, Vita. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I think what would be an interesting question to hear from the room, I would be personally very interested to see what are some of the pilots or some interesting projects that have happened in the cities or in the countries that have talked to reducing demand. I think that's where you're taking this reduction of demand. And are there cities which have talked to more transit-oriented development? You pointed out quite a few interesting things. So if we could hear from some case studies, that might be beautiful.
Absolutely. Thanks, Anvita. Yeah. So, another hint. Great. It's Saudi Arabia you're pointing me to? Phenomenal. Please, the floor is yours. I can give you this microphone and I can take the other one. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Saudi Arabia speaking here. When it comes to policy measures, the important thing to emphasize is the domestic, the national, and the local, importantly. All of our discussions yesterday actually need to be looked at on a city level perspective. This is really where it all stems from, and an integration between different national stakeholders, ministries, and encouraging collaboration in that regard will make the most impact. Policy measures will look different in different countries, as we heard many times yesterday. And there will need to be measures that are suited for their specific needs. And yesterday we spent a full day and saw how these different national circumstances dictate the challenges, the opportunities, and the solutions implemented, most importantly. NDCs, for example, are the perfect avenue to set national targets and describe how the national transition will look like for their country. For example, when it comes to fossil fuel subsidies, or the discussion and the issue around fossil fuel subsidies, we understand that there are vulnerable groups and who are impacted by this, and the IPCC in the last report has mentioned that there are associated distributional impacts that may not be possible to mitigate. So these possible policies have to be definitely looked at a national level, from all of the looked at with all of the implications involved. And I think a holistic approach is what needs to be more emphasized. My colleague virtually will go into more details about a holistic approach.
Thank you. Can we do that now? Can we take a virtual intervention? Yeah? I understood that's what the delegate was asking us for, isn't it? To give the floor to your colleague virtually. Thank you. So, is it working to have the Saudi Arabia delegate attending virtually to connect with us here in the room, please? It's a connection issue. I'm trying to understand from the IT colleagues if it is a connectivity issue or if it is that perhaps the delegate is not longer with us connected. Okay. Yeah, in the meantime... Brilliant. So I think we're going to try to fix that. And in the meantime, we're going to go to Switzerland, followed by Kenya, please. And I don't see the mic going to so Switzerland, yeah? Switzerland, what you're indicating is that you could, yeah, Kenya first. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm Esther Kashanja from Kenya. I would want to raise a voice with regard to some barriers that we experience, touching on weak or inadequate coordination, as we have seen the need for the whole holistic approach, and there are many agencies that are involved when it comes even to implementing a policy, like we say, integration with land use planning, where the various mandates fall to different institutions. There is need for that coherent coordination for effective development and implementation of the required policies. Also in Kenya, we undergo a challenge in cultural. We have cultural diversities. For example, you find that like cycling, there are some communities who would not ascribe to women cycling. So even when they go to urban centers, even though the cycling options may be there, they'll still remember that in my culture, it is not ladylike to cycle and what have you. And also to put that culture even to our children, for example, as young as when they learn to go, that they can move from one point to another with non-motorized, is still a barrier. There is still that need for cultural change and creating more awareness. and the like. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Kenya, for sharing your experience. So, Switzerland, please. You have it. Oh, that was quick.
Thank you very much. I would like first to support the point made by Belgium earlier. So getting rid of subsidies in the transportation system, fossil fuel subsidies, is really crucial. And economically speaking, it's low-hanging fruit. So it can free up budget even for the government to do something else with this money. So economically speaking, you're looking at measures that can give you a double dividend, a double benefit. So we're trying in Switzerland to get rid of the last fossil fuel subsidies that we still have, for example, in the agricultural sector, and interestingly, in the sector of public transportation, we still have fossil fuel subsidies for diesel buses that we really have to get rid of in order to push e-buses, and instead of giving subsidies to buy e-buses, really first to get rid of subsidies that we have for fossil fuel buses. And the second point I'd like to make was a question that you asked earlier about the economic structure of going decarbonize the transportation sector. I think that's a very interesting question that we see happening in cities, for example, shifting from cars to other modes of transportation can really lead up to new businesses blooming in cities, for example, or the economic structure really changing in cities. And this is something that we really should take into account when planning policy measures for the transportation sector.
Thank you so very much, Switzerland, for giving us a second round. I don't see any other flags. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't. So I'm going to try to fill in again a bit of, thoughts there, see if I provoke anything. To the point of fossil fuel subsidies that I see some of you are raising, I think it was interesting to hear the recent study by the World Bank, who indicated that there's been a significant rise in those fossil fuel subsidies, and that it's actually in amounts, tripling the amounts that compared to what countries are pledging under the Paris Agreement. So we have, of course, that situation, isn't it, of repurposing progressively those fossil fuel subsidies. So if in any case, you might want to pick up this from a completely different perspective of other countries, but also bringing it back again to the communities, to the places, to place making, because here we are talking about reducing the energy demand from transport, making it more energy efficient for better communities. And anybody wanting to share any experiences about proximity planning? So this notion, for instance, about the 15-minute city, isn't it? Having neighborhoods where services, schools, care, it's available, so you are not depending on a car. And how does this notion of a 15-minute city, of proximity planning, resonate with places where urban sprawl, urban development happens in a rather informal manner, and therefore the notion of, proximity planning might almost be segregating potentially even more populations that are spread throughout quite a large distance. So here I got two more thoughts in case anybody wants to pick them up. But I really need you delegates to be the ones talking, because otherwise I feel like a stand-up comedian, trying to, but it's not working. So who would like to share any thoughts? It can be on these or on anything else. I could take you to many different places, but who would like to tell us some about your national experience? No? Are you sure that there's not a single solution implemented by your country or thought through, being planned government-wide to try to reduce the energy demand or try to think about the just transition elements of energy change in transport? Are you really telling me that with all these parties here, your countries are not thinking about any solutions? I can't believe it. Come on. Persistent silence. Virtual? Let me do something very, very, very terrible. Is Mahua with us online? No? Okay, I was checking whether my lovely speaker pair, Mahua, who has a great deal of experience on actually, transitioning all these in different national realities, if she would like perhaps to share any thoughts a bit farther from what you heard this morning. Otherwise, I don't know what to do with you. Okay, well, that's a player. Oh, please. So, Switzerland, would you be okay if I went to Indonesia first and then to you again? Thank you very much. So we're going to Indonesia, but Switzerland, I very much appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm from Ministry of Transport, Indonesia. I agree that energy efficiency in the transport sector is not only for the EV, but we can use the avoid, shift, and improve concept that we by implemented the avoid, shift, and improve concept, we can reduce energy demand for the transport sector. And government regulation are very important. In our country, we have just issued the government regulation on energy conservation, where the transport sector is one of the sectors that must implement the energy conservation, which is the energy users from transport operators which use energy above 4,000 ton oil equivalent per year are required to carry out energy management. And the previous regulation for energy conservation that we issued on 2009, there were only industrial, building, and household sectors. No transport sector on the previous regulation. And we revised that regulation, and it took about 5 years for the revision, and in the middle of this year, we issued the new regulation about energy conservation. We collaborate with various ministries and led by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Indonesia. Switzerland, please. If we
Yeah.
could get... Oh, you got it. You're
Yes,
always faster than me.
The guys here are fast, not me. So yeah, I do not want to put the show here with you, but I really found that your question is interesting about how we can go on by changing the economic structure and decarbonizing the transportation system. I think what we do too much in policy measures is focusing on the losers or the people that could be losers or the companies that could be losers by putting a new regulation in place. For example, changing from a car infrastructure in cities to a more like pedestrian or cycling infrastructures. There are, of course, losers of this policy, but of course there are winners. And most of the time, and I'm working a lot with politicians in climate policy in the Parliament of Switzerland, we tend to focus more on the people that lose or the companies that could lose something than on the people that could really benefit or companies that could thrive because of such measures. So I think thinking about infrastructure is always thinking about who will lose, of course, but also who will win and who's not really loudly saying that they could gain off of policy measures. And it's all about infrastructure at the end.
Thank you so much. Your comment, Switzerland, makes me also think about cost of inaction and how much is going to cost us to act now or to wait and have to act later, isn't it? So those realities, I think, are also very relevant. And I see a flag. Saudi Arabia, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Before I switch it to my virtual national expert, I'd just like to kind of shift the discussion to barriers and challenges, because we took a lot of time to discuss yesterday all of the solutions, and I think we would be utilizing our time today to discuss the challenges and barriers. So I have many different points here to discuss, whether it's financial, technological barriers and challenges, capacity building. But let me just take an example of, let's say, public transport or non-motorized modes of transport. And I think this will get the room discussing a bit more on their national challenges and barriers. So, in terms of financing, I think what's important to note is how we can support mitigation in a manner that is in accordance to countries' need. So in that regard, it would usually require large upfront costs to build the necessary infrastructure. And at the same time, it will require more than one government entity, as I mentioned, to push forward different particular investments. Such as the ministries of transport, city councils, and other governing bodies to agree to these costs. And finally, these projects require the availability of local talent and human capacity. So these constraints, in addition to the upfront costs associated with non-motorized modes of transport, create challenges for developed countries. So in terms of also the technological gaps, there is a lack of public transport facilities, both in quality and in quantity, to fulfill the demand. So it's not possible to restrain the use of private vehicles when there is no effective alternative. Also, when it comes to safety and security, improvements in public transport requires comprehensive planning, where safety and security are two of the most important aspects. And the problem here becomes worse in developing countries because of the lack of suitable and integrated approaches. So it's hard to maintain the perception that riding on transit is safe without addressing these issues. And in terms of capacity building and raising awareness, I think also this goes back to my point about addressing the real issues before you can encourage people to use these alternative modes of transport. And then also we have context-specific barriers. The impact of weather, as I mentioned yesterday, weather conditions on the mode of choice is an important factor to consider. In our region, we're exposed to extreme temperatures, which negatively affects public transportation and micro-mobilities, such as cycling or walking. These are just my initial thoughts for one of the solutions out there, which is the first topic on non-motorized modes of transport. But perhaps my colleague online can shed some light on barriers in other modes of transport, like electrification of vehicles when it comes to energy efficiency, and also the alternative fuels. And also he will give some messages on the importance of a holistic and fair, inclusive and equitable approach. Because again, we are here under the umbrella of the UNFCCC and we operate out of the principles of CBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities, and equity, which are embedded within this mitigation work program as well. And a real conversation must be had about how we can go about putting forth these solutions in a manner that is equitable and just and does not hinder developmental needs and conflicting priorities of developing countries. So with that, I will transfer it to my virtual online expert. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So can we have that connection, please?
Yes, I trust you can hear me. So, yeah, I think that what was said is very important. It's the concept of policy planning to the future. That when you think about it, every nation has its own resources. Cities are different, countries are different, they're organized differently. I think we can all understand that within the room that you're in, there's people from very, very different countries and very different cities. And of course, mobility is conceived differently in each one of these cities. It's the way that people move around and carry out their daily activities. they're very reliant on the infrastructure that is there. It's very reliant on how cities are structured. They're also very reliant on the transport modes that are available, and this was said earlier. Not only that, but also the weather. I mean, is the infrastructure for cars available or not available? Is it good? Is it not good? What are the other options for public transportation? Are there really any options for public transportation? Each city, each country has very, very different realities. Yes, and that's why when we're thinking about planning for the future, we need to consider every piece of the puzzle in a very holistic manner. Yes, planning for the future of transport demands an integrated approach that considers not only the environmental but also the social and the economic dimensions in tandem. So here's where it gets a little bit complicated, but we're here to discuss this very complicated issue to find answers. Yeah, and so we need to approach this in a way where we not only offer sort of wishful thinking messages, but where we actually drill down and get into the nitty-gritty of the future of cities and the future of transportation, and it's a complicated future. So this is where I think that the notion of holistically optifair is very adapted. And let me break it down very, very quickly. The concept consists, and I think we should all keep it in mind while we have our discussions today, the concept consists of conveying the idea that planning for policies that are shaping the future of transport need to integrate the notions of equity, meaning that everyone deserves a fair shot. There's the concept of efficacy, which, you know, it's great to have good intentions, but we need to also understand that we need to deliver real results. That means making choices based on solid evidence and being ready to pivot when we need to. There's also the notion of efficiency, and here there's a notion of efficiency in three ways: environmental sustainability, economic viability, and social equity. Yes, so we need to remember that every country's journey is unique. So I think it is important to keep in mind that we're headed in the same direction and towards a better future for everyone, but this future is different for different cities and for different countries. So we need to really keep in mind while we have this discussion, this notion of holistically optifairness in planning for the future of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. So we're going to have Sierra Leone, followed by Argentina, followed by Belgium, and then we will have to end here. So thank you very much for, you know, going up for it. So Sierra Leone, please, over there. Yeah? No, just, thank you. Followed by Argentina, followed by Belgium. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Sierra Leone as a nation is conscious of the threat posed by climate change to the development process. We remain committed to addressing climate change based on science, equity, and sustainable development. Like all other parties to the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, we are obliged to increase our climate ambition through necessary actions and to fulfill our commitment in the updated national determined contribution to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. Some of the policies and measures in place in going green, not limited to transport sector, are: 1. Development of Energy Efficiency Policy 2015 to facilitate technology transfer to cleaner energy sources. 2. National Renewable Energy Action Plan 2016 to implement actions that are geared towards a low-emission development pathway. 3. Development of the Renewable Energy Policy 2016 to guide the transition to low-emissions technology. 4. Off-grid Solar Energy Strategy 2020 to enable access of the wider populace to cleaner and cheaper energy sources. 5. Nationally Appropriate Mitigation Action 2020, which is a vessel to implement mitigation measures. 6. Establishment of a Renewable Energy Directorate in the Ministry of Energy 2021, facilitating the switch to available renewable sources of energy. 7, integrated resilient urban mobility projects to develop plans and strategies for building sustainable transport mechanism, including mass transit system, fuel-efficient vehicles, climate-smart mobility measures that improve urban planning and enhance access to public infrastructure in cities. The country also commits to implementing performance standards aimed at vehicle purchase and use taxes, low greenhouse gas fuels, and incentives for vehicle demand reduction. With Sierra Leone and most LDC countries implementing policies and measures for a just energy transition in the transport sector is a tremendous challenge, as we cannot even adapt fully to the constraints in mobility of people, goods, and services. Such a call to action for climate change mitigation is particularly crucial for Sierra Leone and LDC in terms of adaptation, as Sierra Leone being ranked one of the least able countries to adapt to climate change in the world, and the third most vulnerable country, surpassing Bangladesh and Guinea-Bissau. The country is highly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, with a growing number of people at risk to extreme events and significant impact on the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra Leone. So Argentina, please, followed by Belgium.
Is this on? Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry for coming in late. I was actually writing things down as people were speaking. So what we wanted to highlight from our side is, based on all the things that we heard, that the central issue for Argentina is that this transition has to be just, respecting, the different starting points, the responsibilities and capacities of developing countries. And this is something that we've highlighted in every one of our national plans, strategies for climate, for energy, for transport. For many of our countries, we heard, for many of developing countries, because we heard today some speakers talking about, sending the right signals to the market. Sending signals to the private sector for many developing countries is difficult because, one, our private sectors are not big enough or robust enough to, even when mobilized, carry out the necessary transitions that we need to mobilize the necessary resources. And in many cases, our private sectors respond more to international markets, to what's going on in other national markets, rather than the stimuli provided by our own national government. In some cases, even certain market measures can be interpreted as unpopular and will lead to investors leaving the country, and that will further complicate the adoption of future measures and policies by decision makers, because we're in the current context of trying to achieve sustainable development and poverty eradication. It's seen as an opportunity that we're missing. And on the issue specifically of removing subsidies, and I wanted to highlight this, we know that it's something that has to be done, but this is very difficult because we've been talking a lot about, public transport. In Argentina, what's most subsidized is public transport. And it would render public transport inaccessible for large parts of the population to remove those subsidies. And we're talking about public transport as a way to reduce emissions, if we can promote the shift to public transport, to electrify public transport. So when you look at the bigger picture, it can actually lead to more harm. Likewise, this can worsen social and economic inequality. In Argentina, new cars, even diesel cars, are very expensive and hard to access. There are months of delays before you order a car, before it finally arrives, if it can get through, the import process. And EVs are still incipient. They're not widespread. We do have some international models, but we were actually checking the data before writing this. Some of the international EVs that are being sold in our country can go up to high as $100,000, which in our country is completely inaccessible. It's almost a third of a cost of an apartment. And we do have one or two national models, but they're still not readily available for mass deployment. They're very small city cars, like smart cars. Likewise, on this issue of coordination between different levels of government as a possible challenge and barrier to the different policies and measures, we have different provinces, subnational governments that have different levels of development and income. So we need to always look things at, from the national government on how to help the different provinces and manage those differences. And sometimes what's tends to happen is the subnational and local governments, in their scramble for investment, they move forward with plans that may not necessarily be in line with the national priorities. As a federal country, they do have that, they can do that under our legal framework. So that may end up weakening a national policy or a national priority. And to add to all of this is the issue of predictability of finance. Now, maybe it's the chicken or the egg, what goes first, the measure for the finance or the finance for the measure, but in our case, the lack of predictability of finance for both private and public projects makes it very, very difficult for governments to plan ahead, governments and private sector, to plan long-term transitions, which is what we're trying to do here with an integrated approach to transport. So, and this is only aggravated by the losses and damages, by the impacts of climate change we're already seeing. For example, this year alone in March, the drought that we recently had in Argentina has an estimated 3% of our GDP is just gone. And that was in March, and the drought continued after that. So when you're dealing with that situation, policymakers are very hesitant to impose measures that might be market pull measures that might actually lead to investors leaving instead of staying, because they might not be with us in our national priorities, but rather looking at the international signals from the international market. So we do want to take the opportunity to highlight about the importance of provision of public finance that can survive those shifts of maybe international flows of finance. But when you have public finance, and which obviously can be in the form of grants or other innovative sources of finance, we also want to talk about the issue of national debt, which is incredibly sensitive for our country, because we already heard in this morning, I don't want to speak about the Argentine case specifically, but we heard from the presentations this morning this issue of the national debt burden of developing countries, and that this also has higher transaction costs. So we already have a higher transaction cost, and when you have a debt burden, those costs just tend to go up and up. So this is just a little bit of trying to talk about a little bit all the topics that were mentioned here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Last but not least, Belgium, please.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, maybe I should have said this also in the beginning of the intervention, but if we want to get to the 1.5 degrees, then we need to reduce global emissions by 43% by 2030 and by 60% by 2035. I know we all know these numbers, but it's really important when we have these discussions to keep this in mind, that the challenge is really huge and that we really need to move beyond incremental changes, but move towards a real system transformation and a course correction. I had the pleasure to participate also in the Global Stocktake workshop hosted by the UAE here in Abu Dhabi, and there were many parties who stressed the need to really move beyond incremental steps, because we will not get there if we don't think big outside the box and try to transform really the systems in our societies, and in particular also the transport system, because according to the IEA, the emissions from transport should be reduced by 25% by 2030, and they are still growing. And knowing this, and so many people still have need to get access to sustainable transport. So the challenge is enormous, and we need to think big, I would say. And with regard to the barriers, also responding to a couple of comments that were made here, I think some of the barriers are real, and I mean are fixed, and we cannot change them, and for sure the weather is one of them. But if climate change continue, it might even get worse. But other barriers, that's what I wanted to say, other barriers are man-made, like infrastructure is something that is man-made, and rather than how would I say, than continue and get further locked in a fossil infrastructure, we need to avoid further lock-ins and stranded assets, and make a course correction as quickly as possible. So I think that it's really needed to take this into account. And finally, I didn't react to this yesterday, but as it keeps on coming back, I wanted just to highlight that we are under the Paris Agreement and under the common but differentiated responsibilities. But I would like to underline also with respective capabilities and in the context of different national circumstances, I think it's important to sketch the whole picture in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was actually not last, because we have Australia. If you could keep it short, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, I'll be brief. I just very quickly wanted to build on my colleague's point earlier about national targets, providing certainty to the private sector and other actors and the utility that can have in a national context. And I take the point that Argentina raised very well earlier about these signals maybe being less relevant in developing countries. And I thought your point was very interesting about what happens internationally having a big impact in your country. And I think it is worth saying that each country will have their own approaches and policies tailored to their national context, and this is very important. But just want to make the point that climate change is a global issue, and we need to move together to reach our temperature goals and noting different starting points and capacities, of course. And global signals and targets through our multilateral system can help us to build a picture of where we are going together. It can help drive investment. It can help send signals to different actors. It can help frame policies and measures in different contexts as well. So I just wanted to make that point about international targets and collective action as well. And that doesn't have to be necessarily through the MWP specifically. I'm speaking generally here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would sincerely like to thank you, because I know it's a challenge for all of us, to keep pumping ideas and entertaining dialogue after the intensity of these days, particularly for those of you who might have been here already for the GST workshop. So thank you very much. I'm sharing a lot of energy with you for the next 3 rounds that are with us. But remember, we're all working against a reward, a cultural visit, and a lot of learning, as we have seen today. So thank you very much, and I see you around.
Okay. Yes. I want to first say apologies for coming in late. Complex system. We went to a different room and stayed for about 10 minutes, then discovered we were lost. Then, fortunately enough, I had my brother here who said, no, let's get back to where I was supposed to be. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Therefore means that we are going to squeeze our session. But we're just going to run through. I'm John Mark Monica. I'll facilitate our discussion. And I think by now we know the protocol. You just show me interest to speak by raising your flag, then I'll pick you, then you mention your name, and then you speak to the barriers and challenges around addressing sustainable development and social economic impact. So it is as open and wide as that. And for the interest of time, I just start by asking who's ready to break the ice. Do we have somebody from Senegal in the house? Senegal? Not in this room. Rwanda? Okay. Anyhow, anybody who's ready to kick us off? Belgium. I know you raised some interesting discussion the first time we met yesterday. Is it possible for you to reiterate the same now? Mike.
Thank you. And I actually don't remember exactly what I said in the World Cafe, I must say, but I will try to break the ice and to kick off a couple of with a couple of elements, and maybe just one thing. I think a major element in moving from the current transport system to a more transport system that with electrification and zero emissions, in line with the Paris Agreement, in terms of sustainable development, would be that there are huge co-benefits, as I think you also mentioned in your presentation this morning, that there are huge co-benefits in terms of reducing air pollution and then promoting public health. Actually, there was also one of the co-facilitators yesterday that mentioned that probably in many countries the transport minister can do more for public health than the health minister by active transport policies. So that's one thing. And also again, as you mentioned, I think this morning, and I'm sure you're much more knowledgeable about this whole context than I am, is that of course you will have affected sectors that will somehow have to be like workers, communities that will have to be reskilled and of course their families and communities, and this will require special attention also, of course, in conjunction with the whole more transport policies in a narrow sense. But at the same time, there will also many opportunities in terms of creating green jobs in this sector, and so we just need to make sure that we do all what is necessary to reskill these workers and to make sure that the affected communities are not a victim of the transition, but that they also have access to these co-benefits. And I think also in terms of the last point, in terms of energy security, if we can make the transition to renewable energy, then we will be much less dependent on import of fossil fuels and on price fluctuations. And this will also contribute to the energy security of many countries. Then I would like to leave it there, but I might come back maybe later if I also listen to others. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You've raised those three very important points. Now I'm seeing my sister from Rwanda. I know I was backbiting you while you're away. In most of the sessions I've had since yesterday, and always you'll hear the issue of financing. And yet we know that Kigali, there is an improvement into moving towards formalized transport, where we have had these borders and out of the city now, and we have a very locally funded bus system working. How did Rwanda and Kigali city maneuver around this financial challenge? Can you pass this mic? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So my name is Lorraine, representing Rwanda. So a couple of years back, we did have an issue of informal transport system where, like most of the time, it was individuals doing, or like private companies that were fragmented, that were doing the transportation system for the public sector. And what Rwanda did was that they decided to kind of, it's not privatization, it's more of like cooperatives that were actually the ones operating the transport system within the city of Kigali. And then in that sense, it kind of like allowed the country to, the government of Rwanda not to like be the one fully financing the entire transport system, but then with kind of like the support of the private sector as well coming in as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, it is a very interesting system. And why I was picking on you to speak is that we're trying to look at alternative funding models. And one of the models being touted, or we think we're trying to study to see how best can be enhanced, is exactly that cooperative model. And I think in Kigali we are seeing the results. And without even very serious punitive measures of regulation from government, there was a stick and carrot system, kind of. For you to benefit from the funding from government or something, they had to organize to within themselves self-regulate, and it's a very, I think, interesting case. Australia? Mike?
Thank you. I wanted to begin by maybe making an overarching point. I think it's very important to have a discussion around challenges and barriers to addressing sustainable development and socioeconomic impacts. But one of the key elements that we must not forget is that in a warmer world with more frequent, more intense natural disasters, with mass displacement, with mass biodiversity loss, development outcomes will be significantly worse, and this particularly affects the most vulnerable populations. And this obviously aligns with what the science tells us, but I don't think we need to look to the science to see this. It's already happening with an average of 1.1 degrees of warming. To give an example from our national context, the Black Summer bushfires in Australia in 2019 to 2020 burnt 24 million hectares of land, which is roughly equivalent to the size of the UK. Billions of animals were killed, and many people lost their lives, livelihoods and homes. And while it's very difficult to actually quantify the impact of these bushfires, initial estimates of the national financial impact were around 10 billion, with some economists now saying this is as high as 80 billion. And estimates now say that direct and indirect disaster costs in Australia are projected to increase from an average of $18.2 billion per year to $39 billion per year by 2050, and this is actually without accounting for climate change. So just wanted to make that clear, that the huge government costs involved in addressing climate change, and that when we discuss the impacts of acting to mitigate climate change, we must also discuss the impacts of not acting to mitigate climate change, and that if we fail collectively to keep global warming to safe levels, there will be very significant impacts on socioeconomic development. In saying that, governments have a very clear role in making sure there are programs, policies and other measures in place to support those who are impacted by transitions, including workers from fossil fuel-based industries to access new employment and skills. And this is a very big issue in Australia, where we have many people who work in fossil fuel-based industries and many remote communities who are very reliant on mining and other fossil industries for their economic growth and development. So one example from Australia is we've recently established the Net Zero Authority, which is going to be a new organisation whose specific role it will be to support workers in emissions-intensive sectors to access new employment, skills and support. That it will coordinate programs across government to support regions and communities to take advantage of the significant economic opportunities that come with net zero transitions. And lastly, to help guide investors and companies in net zero transitions. And my final point will be another very important aspect for us is to facilitate participatory decision-making and proactive and context-specific engagement for those who are most vulnerable to climate change. And in Australia, this particularly applies to Indigenous communities, women, young people and regional communities. The case of Indigenous Australians is very important in Australia's context. First Nations Australians are the traditional custodians of Australia's unique environment, and they are very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and also have very important perspectives about how we can address climate change. So it's incredibly important to elevate Indigenous voices and ensure that they can be part of our transition and that they can harness the economic opportunities that come with the transition. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Unfortunately, we had a no vote recently on the indigenous. Next time we shall do better. The National Zero Authority, what is the composition?
So I don't have a lot of specifics for you right now. It's quite recently been legislated and it's still being developed. At the moment, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet in Australia is undergoing very significant consultation processes across government, and particularly with regional communities and with Indigenous communities to formulate exactly how this is going to operate. And we expect to have a lot more detail very, very soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe I'll also get in touch with my very good friend, Senator Tony Sheldon, to give me some details about that. Thank you very much. Did we see another flag? Anybody? Nigeria. I know we have our own problems of Okada and the rest, but Lamata is trying to do something. Can you share for us something?
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. Lamata is a Lagos State Metropolitan Area Transport System. And before we removed the subsidy, the current president was one time governor of Lagos State, and he happened to be the one that started. And the finance for that particular Lamata BRT system and that of the rail come from AFD and World Bank on a bilateral relation. So with support from Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Works. And then as a result of removing subsidy in Nigeria currently, the federal government is trying to bring electric vehicle in a large quantity that will be distributed in the state. I'm sure in the next couple of before December, the vehicle should be in Nigeria, because the removal of the subsidy really affect the staff, the government workers and the rest. And if not, I'm sure very soon you will hear that the government workers go on strike as a result of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good you spoke about the fleet renewal, because recently I was having a discussion with the AD of Lamata, and she was talking about fleet renewal. It is good you are saying that within the next few months, actually by this end of year, there would be a fleet renewal of the buses, and you say they're going to be electric. Okay, good, thank you. Comoros? Is that? Yeah. I saw you tempting me to, even if your flag is not up. So can you tell us something around Comoros? Sustainable transport, sustainable development. What are some of the challenges and the barriers that are coming up?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Maybe I can share some challenge we have in the transportation. We are a small island and our road is not large, very big, and we have problem of the traffic jam because as we don't have public transportation in the city, we are using taxi. So I think this electric vehicle will be a good opportunity to avoid traffic jam there in our city, but also to get a sustainable energy for the electricity, because we are using a fuel and the local community suffering for the electricity. Thank you.
I'll come to Liberia, but let me get Bangladesh right here.
Thank you, Facilitator. In Bangladesh, we are still fighting to ensure accessibility to transportation for poor and underprivileged communities. We are now constructing MRT and BRT lines in our capital city, Dhaka, and we have already completed one metro line and one BRT line. But, for special circumstances, which is privileged in LDC countries like ours, the construction cost is very high, which is limiting the accessibility for poor communities to this sustainable transportation system. So, if we talk about the just transition, then the cost of accessibility needs to be reduced from the very beginning of the time, not for waiting for achieving economy of scale after a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liberia?
Thank you very much. I come from a country that has a very small population, about 5 million persons. But in terms of challenges in the transport sector, they are enormous, but I just want to highlight a few. First and foremost, those in leadership of the transport sector, especially the Ministry of Transport, there tends to be this not having a very strong political will in driving policy actions towards sustainable mobility in country. That's one challenge. We also have serious infrastructure challenges, road connectivity, road networks, which is also a big challenge in terms of leading us to where we ought to go in terms of sustainable transport. Additionally, our policies are not very clear in terms of the practical steps that should be taken towards sustainable transport. We have a transport master plan that was developed some years ago that seemingly does not have reflective considerations of the current realities at hand. Our NDCs clearly articulate several steps that must be taken towards ensuring sustainable transport, and one of those measures is to ensure that we have a revised version of that master plan, subsequently leading to a policy that would drive sustainable mobility. We've gotten a couple of donations from friendly governments in terms of mass transport. But again, maintenance is an issue for us. Most of those public buses that have come to country have not been well maintained. So over and again, there are more donations of buses for public use, but maintenance is an issue, which to a large extent is dragging us behind in terms of sustainable transport. We have also, in our updated version of our nationally determined contributions, recommended the introduction of e-mobility, but because of the challenge that we have with electricity, with infrastructural development, we want to start at a low scale. So what we want to do is to introduce e-mobility with the three-wheelers. So that has been introduced in, I think, Togo or Benin. We want to see how best we can introduce that as well in Liberia, and gradually then move onto vehicles, which will take some time. Honestly, that will take some time, but initially these are some of the steps. So I just thought to speak to some of. And lastly, one thing that in the conversation we've not also considered, in as much as we want to introduce these sustainable transport actions. One challenge we also have, you could introduce e-mobility, but one thing we must also look at the fuel type. There is huge sulfur content in the fuel that has been imported, like for example in Liberia. So that will also lead us, you might be introducing vehicles that emit low, but in essence, if you are using fuel that has high sulfur content, then you're still not trying to solve the problem at hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe before, as you still have that mic, the buses you're referring to, are they government or public owned or private buses?
They are government owned, public buses, yes. Being managed by the government through the National Transit Authority.
Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, co-facilitator. On socioeconomic effects, which is a very, very important topic to be had discussions on, we must emphasize that decisions and actions must consider the social, economic and environmental benefits and negative impacts. Also remembering that the negative impacts vary depending on the specific context and measure implemented. Transport planning, policy and investment decisions should be on three overarching sustainable development dimensions: social development, economic growth and environmental impacts. Transitions in transport system need to contribute to the achievement of the broader 2030 agenda and sustainable development goals that are connected directly and indirectly with transport, while minimizing trade-offs. That includes SDG 7 on energy access. We need to ensure energy security in all parts of the world, not only the energy security for countries who are reliant on renewable energy, but also energy security for regions dependent on conventional energy sources. We need to ramp up their energy sources and ensure that their security is not compromised. So this is an essential part of the transition. Also, SDG 1, poverty eradication as well. We need to get people out of poverty and out of social isolation by empowering them through modes of transport that are not solely emissions focused, We need to look at how to foster economic growth, improve livelihoods, and provide equitable services. In countries where most people walk 3 to 4 hours a day to work, to save transportation costs at the expense of their productive time and additional income. Such a long journey enforces women to work closer at home and at the disadvantage of traveling long distances for paid jobs. This is just one example. It does not serve the broader sustainable development goal of poverty eradication. There are significant consequences of measures that prohibit the use of roads or make it difficult to access mobility due to high cost and its social isolation that could have significant consequences to the livelihood of poor people who are unable to afford the transport cost and commodity prices. Another example, we heard that electrification creates new jobs, but we cannot neglect that there are jobs who are being lost on the other hand, which are associated with conventional energy systems. Another example of socioeconomic impacts of biofuels is the challenges that it poses for food security and the risks it poses to biodiversity. So how can countries with limited land and biodiversity utilize biofuels without jeopardizing their food security? Sustainable development is promoted through various means, including the implementation of policies and measures that integrate environmental, economic, and social considerations. This involves adopting a holistic approach, a nationally driven approach, and we've talked a lot about this and stressed it many times in our interventions. This balances the needs of the present generation with the needs of future generations, ensuring the protection of the environment while promoting economic growth and social well-being. It also involves addressing issues such as equity, social justice, and inclusivity in the development and implementation of sustainable policies and practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You rightly referenced to SDG 7 and SDG 1. Could I still engage you on SDG 7, especially on the debate around ownership of energy? You have public versus private ownership. What is your thinking around that?
I think that energy is a basic human right and a need for well-being and for societies to flourish and to develop. It's actually a basic human need to have electricity. First of all, we're seeing, for example, countries in Africa who are still using wood to cook, and that risks their own health. And also, it's for basic uses of electricity. I think we need reliable and affordable, sustainable energy for all to the last mile.
Thank you. So you would go for public ownership?
I'm not sure what exactly
Sorry for putting you
private,
on the spot.
but it's something that is a basic right, and I think we should all ensure that everyone has access to energy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another submission? Argentina? I know you had very good points in our earlier discussion. And I'm coming back to you to share key top line best practices that we could flag out.
Thank you, co-facilitator. I appreciate you putting me on the spot. Yes, we mentioned a little bit of this in the World Cafe. What we are looking at in Argentina, we really always take a look at any environmental plan, any climate plan, if it's specific to a certain sector, how does it fit into this issue of sustainable development and socioeconomic impacts? That's one of the key agendas that we actually also follow under UNFCCC with response measures. We're always looking at this issue. So nationally, when we develop our plans, we try to always develop them with civil participation, private sector interference. No, I'm trying to translate from Spanish. With private sector participation as well. The National Climate Change Cabinet that we have does has a space for civil society and private sector participation in a specific body. And we also have different strategies like the hydrogen strategy, which was directly assessed by a Council of Social and Economic Affairs, which brings together private sector with public sector to look forward to what opportunities we have within hydrogen. But talking back to some of the points that were raised by Saudi Arabia, which we agree with and we support, this issue of looking at the transport transition and how it feeds into socioeconomic development. We do have in Argentina these 3 programs, one for natural gas, one for renewable energies, one for other fuels such as hydrogen and biofuels, and we want to be able to address all 3 at the same time because this issue of energy security for us is very relevant. We don't want to continue to be importers of energy, but rather use the gas reserves we have to be able to have our own energy security and from there build onto renewables and hydrogen, because we also have a very high potential for renewable energies in Argentina. We also have nuclear energy, which is not a renewable energy, but it is a low emission energy. And what we want to be able to do is leapfrog from one to the other, to be able to, because the macroeconomic setting of Argentina is it's very difficult. So anything that can bring in investment, anything that can help us enhance our energy security is something that we're always going to be looking at. For example, in hydrogen, we've recently have an investment. We recently agreed to an investment from China for $400 million to develop electric cars within our country, and we have placed a condition there that at least between 48 and 50% of the components of those electric vehicles must be national components. That way, we can connect the necessary energy transition with capacity building, with technology transfer. We're always looking at this issue. We don't want to keep promoting an extractivist point of view where we're just going to say, for example, we do have lithium. We don't want investors to come, we mine the lithium, and then it's just gone and not add any value to that. We do have 1 or 2 companies, national companies, Argentine companies, not national companies, that are starting to make electric cars, but they're very small cars, only for an urban setting. They're not really appropriate for maybe some of the more long-distance trucks that we need to carry around our commodities. We're a very large country with most of the population concentrated in one large urban area, and the connections that we need to carry to the more remote places is something that we're going to need some government intervention. For example, a topic of energy access that you asked Saudi Arabia on the ownership of the energy. We do have national entities regulating energy. We do have these entities, and what we see is there's going to be necessarily a role for public ownership in hard-to-reach areas of the country. This is an issue we had not related to energy transition, but related to what's internet. There are private companies that the costs of reaching the more remote towns, the more remote villages in Argentina, near the mountains, or they don't go there because the cost is too high. The amount of people that live there is a very small community, and that same thing happens with the energy grid. So we do know that there's going to be necessarily a role for the government. We're still going to see what is the role of the private sector, maybe because the private sector is obviously interested in this. This is something that within our country, there are obviously private sector actors that are looking to move forward with all of this. But they are, like they mentioned this morning in one of the presentations on the financing issue, most private sectors are looking for returns. And if they don't see a return, for example, outside of Buenos Aires, there's only 2 or 3 urban centers. Other than that, they don't see the necessary returns that they need. And that's where the government view and the government intervention is going to be key. So in that sense, our national priority to always look towards socioeconomic development is incredibly important. It's also very relevant to our policymakers. Right now, we're dealing with general macroeconomic issues. So in that sense, it's to convince policymakers to look to this transition, to see this transition as an opportunity and not as something that is a cost, not something that's being imposed. We need to really build on, all the time we're building on, how this is a long-term process, how there are more opportunities in this than costs, But we need to be able to show them that they are opportunities and not cost, which is why we always highlight this issue of means of implementation, the necessary finance that we need, provision of support, because otherwise you have higher authorities, they'll just ask you, okay, if we don't exploit this, what are we getting in return? They try to bring it down to like brass tacks, and that's not always what you're supposed to do, but they look at it as policymakers, they look at it sometimes like that. Like, what's the benefit, what's the con, and if they don't see an immediate benefit, it does make it difficult to establish policies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you put it well, and the issue around institutional infrastructure and strengthening is very key, especially if we are to get affordable, accessible, and taking care of the vulnerable, hard-to-reach areas in the energy sector. Oh, well, France online, yeah?
Yeah, thank you. Do you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Well, I would like to come back on some specific aspects. Decarbonization first must apply to everyone. Of course, it's evident, but we should be very careful when we are challenging and addressing sustainable development and socio-economic impact in order to avoid the global society speed with impacts on transition, as for example, impacts on job transition, the winner and loser in transport company, economic company, energy sectors, etc., or winner and losers also in the society. As for example, when you want to access to an electric vehicle, it's very expensive, even if the second-hand market also is not well structured. Finally, what I want to say is that the social well-being is, for everyone, is very important, and public policies should address not only to firms and companies, but also to citizens. As for example, in France, we have a couple of concrete public policies in order to strengthen support the household. A number of measures are already been implemented, as for example the social leasing, conversion bonus, renovation aids for cycling. National helps are here in order to go ahead with everyone in the society in line with the adaptation, the attenuation, the necessary attenuation and the adaptation. In addition, as for example, to specifically support the acquisition of low-emission vehicles, a clean vehicle microcredit and experimental zero-interest loan in low emission have been introduced. Other examples could be added, and it's in line also with the social climate fund that is ongoing process at European level. Except this example, I would like to stress that we need to have planification for addressing impact. We must not set territories and citizens against each other, and that is why it's very important to address public policy in a way to take everyone into account and anticipate risks. Planning energy and transport infrastructure is now essential, and it's a solid response to the transition to a low-carbon economy. Investment should be on, of course, infrastructure, but also in society impact and job transition. Here we are only talking about mitigation, and we should be taking also into account the adaptation. Transport is increasingly affected by climate events, and we should anticipate the adaptation also and the social and economical impact on the adaptation. The same applies to citizens and the consequences in terms of insurance. Planning also makes it possible to take into account adaptation and of certain sectors to climate change, to address all the economical and financial dimensions, to combine investment in both transport and energy infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you raised a very important point on social well-being, and all actions in climate action, mitigation or adaptation or whatever, I think should be people-centered. I think that's the message he's bringing. We're not doing this for these machines or these technology. We're doing this for human beings. Last word, I think, goes to Lesotho.
Thank you very much, the facilitators. I just wanted to share from the Lesotho perspective. Actually, Lesotho is committed to achieving some of the goals that were set for the Paris Agreement, and we are committed to lowering the greenhouse gas emission by 10% by 2030. And we do appreciate that to reach this, we're going to need international financial as well as the technological support. And currently, the government is trying to transition from or expand the energy grid, which is limited. We import most of our electricity from our neighbor South Africa as well as Mozambique, but we are trying to see local production, which is clean, exploring the production, expansion of our hydropower grid to ensure that we try to meet the local demand. Coming to the transport sector, our National Strategic Development Plan, which will be ending in 2027, we have actually prioritized the improvement of the transport infrastructure as well as network, because we can attest, all of us mostly in here, in African countries, we do have challenges with poor roads. The network that is actually not convenient for most people. Our transport sector is mostly dominated by private ownership, not run by the state, where the buses, the taxis, for public consumption, they are mostly owned by the private sector. And one of the socioeconomic issues that we see, trying to move towards collective mobility, most of the small taxis, they employ many people, and that some of the issues that we see is that the drivers for those taxis might be out of job. So I'm looking at this, we are trying to think, different countries have like different contexts and challenges and barriers. So maybe thinking of a solution, it should be trying to be contextualized for each country, not having a one-size-fits-all solution to all of these challenges. Thank you.
Been informed that we have overshot our time by almost 4 minutes. But I just want to say thank you very much, all of us. It's been an exciting time. Thank you for listening to each other, and I hope to see you at the closing session.
1, 2, 3. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third round of the Breakout Room. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the technology and challenge aspects of the Breakout Room. We'll try to deep dive into the much needed discussion around technology transfer, capacity building, and the need for support from the developing countries. My name is Simon Benmaraz. I'm from the International Renewable Energy. I lead the technology and infrastructure aspects for the agency. I'm joined today with my colleague, Maria Mohamed Hunsi, a climate change expert with the Technology Executive Committee. And together with my colleague from the Secretariat, we'll facilitate the discussion on these third rounds. From this morning discussion around the World Cafe, I think we see technology and capacity challenges all around the transport sector, including, let's say, both motorized and non-motorized mode of transport. And of course, the need to raise awareness around model shifts and societal preference move towards sustainable options. We discuss as well the need to encourage the greater use of public transportation and non-motorized mode like cycling or walking, and as well the need to couple those solutions with resource-efficient, let's say, options in terms of transportation demands and the development of advanced technology coupled with stringent regulation. In the context of developing countries, this presents a unique technological promise and also need acute focus on the challenges. And we'll try to deep dive into those aspects with you. So we really encourage you to provide us insights, specific challenges or solutions from your country that may provide solution to the barriers, challenges of the adoption of sustainable transport solutions. Thank you so much. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Maria.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you, colleagues. So as mentioned by Simon, today, now we're discussing about similar thing that we discussed in the World Cafe today as well, but in more in depth, we are going to explore more on the opportunities associated with the barriers and challenges that we discussed in the previous discussion as well. This is our third and your third workshop today as well. So you would know how this would go on. So without further delay, let me open the floor for you to provide us with what are the opportunities and challenges, barriers that is associated in the technology and capacity area of the transport sector. Colleagues, the floor is open. Thank you. The first statement is always, the first one is going to be harder one. So we need a volunteer to kindly do the volunteer to kickstart the discussion, which is about opportunities associated and practices as well. We have Switzerland, please. Mic for Switzerland, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to open this discussion. I'd like to point out one capacity challenge that is really important for us in Switzerland while transitioning the transportation system. And this is a question of getting the power to where it's needed, the electricity, the power to where it's needed. Actually, energy is not a real problem. We have enough energy and we build enough renewable sources to have the energy for electrification of the fleets. But having enough power in order for a lot of vehicles to charge at the same time in a very highly densified area, that is kind of a problem. So we're talking a lot with logistical firms, with firms that have a lot of heavy-duty trucks. Then they tell us that the trucks are there to buy. That's not the problem. But having the infrastructure on the ground to charge the trucks, this is going to be a major challenge to having this power, and this needs for a close collaboration between the government, between the economy, the companies, and the power grids and the utility firms in order to have the infrastructure. I'm sure we're going to get there, but there's still a lot of obstacles to overcome.
Thank you, Swiss. I'm sure we are going to get there, and thank you for that kind words. I have Australia in front row.
Thank you, Co-Chair. One of the barriers, I guess, to getting the most out of the electrification of the transport fleet is the decarbonisation of the electricity sector. So in the Australian context, we've got a target of 82% renewables by 2030. So it just shows the importance of the discussion between the various sectors to achieve an outcome across the economy. Because at the current point, Australia is about 28% renewable. The latest figures haven't come just in yet. And there's quite a leap there between 28% to 82% over the space of the next 7 years. A second issue we've got in Australia is that we have a lack of mechanics and others who are well versed in electric vehicles. If you may remember, Australia is a fairly big country, and there's a lot of distance between the city centres. So one of the ways, a very quick way of losing confidence in electric vehicles, if you break down between large population areas, there may not be the support there that is required. So that's, I guess, two of the issues. We haven't worked out a way of addressing the second issue just yet, but that first issue we have addressed. But this issue of maintaining or building the mechanical and electrical abilities to service the electric vehicles is one thing that we've certainly identified that we need to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia, for highlighting those issues with regards to the challenges that you face, especially on the operation of the EV systems and the aim for the decarbonization challenge, which is ahead of you, and as well as many other countries, I would say, as we are moving progress towards the target that we align with the Paris Agreement as well. So any more other colleagues or countries would like to share their stories, insights, best practices that they have in their country? One of the discussions that we have been following through all these thread of workshop was that we found was collaboration is also one of the key areas that we need to improve and work on. Especially there are some technologies that are available and of course many challenges to access them in different parts of the world because they have different needs, different circumstances, and the requirement as well. So it's a challenge by itself. So that's something that we have recognized with the two workshops that we held today within our thematic area of technology and capacity B challenges as well. So any questions, challenges, insights on that would be also helpful as we build on. So maybe you'll give a minute or two just to brainstorm as well within your delegations if it is required. Something that we also came up across in the other workshops that we conducted today was also lack of information on these technologies available and their acceptability by the countries as well. Sometimes is a challenge, and then one of the opportunities that they have outlined was collaboration, effective collaboration with partner organizations as well as the academics as well, academia as well. So those just wanted to initiate the discussions. Any comments or examples that you would like to share specifically on technology and capacity? I have Argentina. Thank you. Okay, can you? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to speak in general of some of these technology and capacity challenges that we have in Argentina, within our national energy transition plan, because we are obviously connecting the necessary transition in transport to the broader energy transition that we're going to need to realize as a country, we've realized that there is a difficulty in access to technologies and certain critical minerals. The more complex nature of technologies and the difficulty in access to them slows down the rate of transition, especially the issue we have in Argentina is the very high initial cost of investment to adapt new systems, which could then obviously lead to later economies of scale and bring up the impulse of the transition. But we have very high initial investment costs, which slow everything down, especially in comparison to continuing to use the fossil fuel systems that are already in place. At the same time, our energy transition is sometimes limited due to the supply chain, especially taking into account that many of the technologies that we need are concentrated in specific zones or areas, and they're our only way of accessing them. And we also see that there is a very large increase in global demand for these technologies, and we want to avoid a situation of everyone for themselves trying to access this, which is something that we saw, for example, with vaccines and COVID-19. We don't want that to happen again right now, because we're all shifting towards this transition. We're all shifting and trying to move towards a transition, but we want to avoid an open competition for these minerals. It should be collaborative. So the difficulty of producing these technologies locally makes it very difficult to incorporate those technologies into our energy grid and then into our transport efforts. Now, we know that COVID-19 was an example, and other geopolitical tensions do sometimes pressure these supply chains. We're not oblivious of that, but we do think it's important to highlight this need for technology transfer and development. We do have a car industry in Argentina. We can work to start transitioning towards EVs. But the issue is that there are certain specific components of the EVs that we're not going to be able to produce them ourselves. There are small companies in certain provinces of our country that are working on making EVs, and they can maybe make 90% of the car or 50% of the car with national components, but you're still going to need to import the technology for maybe the engine, which is one of the most important parts. And we do have lithium, which we would like to be able to make the batteries. And you think, okay, if you have the capacity to make the battery and you have the capacity to make the rest of the car, it should be easy to just complete the car within your country. But sometimes these issues of access to technology make it very difficult to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Access to technologies is also critical. in this transformation as well. Um, any other colleagues? I have Kenya.
Thank you, facilitator, for the floor. I'll just add a few comments with regard to the barriers and challenges that relate to technology and capacity, more so with related to our country's initiative to explore green hydrogen. One of the key barriers is the limited technology know-how on green hydrogen as a source of energy, and of course the related financial costs to invest in it, and mitigate the environment and social impacts associated with other derivatives related to green hydrogen. And also that in Kenya so far, we don't have industrial use of the green hydrogen that could also support in the utilization of the energy resource. Further, that in our country we have assessed so far that there's no commercial viability related to that. And of course, the necessary skill set and awareness to the general masses on green hydrogen as a potential source of energy, and to the users of the technology to be able to shift. And then finally, I think most of the green sources of energy are not locally, the technology for use are not locally available, and therefore requires importation, and that increases the cost. And where permission needs to be granted to do the local assembly, I think issues related to intellectual property, as discussed under the technology negotiations with regards to intellectual property to use technologies for local assembly of green solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. We have also a colleague joining from online as well. It will be happy to introduce the colleague, and then from organization or which country, and then the colleague, you have the floor.
Are you giving the floor to France?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
Well, I am from the French Ministry of Ecological Transition. My name is Lebeau. And France is particularly keen to make sure that we ensure a successful delivery on the Paris Agreement. And I want to share here a very important program that we have. Training and building the right capacity is on top of the agenda. And this is why the government has decided to train 100% of the senior managers across the national administration, training senior managers on the ecological transition and on climate change. Because climate change mitigation, for instance, has to be embedded, to be mainstream in many policies: transport, building, industry, education, and energy. And for that, there is a mandatory training currently being introduced to train the top 25,000 of senior policymakers and from the national administration. This is part of the idea that climate change needs to embark everyone. And this is why planning is at the very heart of our policy. For the past year and a half, France has introduced a special secretariat dealing with ecological planning, sitting at the Prime Minister's office. And this is where now, through this capacity building, through this planning, we are in position to organize the planning of the energy grid, the transport infrastructure, and all it takes, not only the technological dimension, but also the financial So this is why we encourage capacity building at all levels, planning across all sectors, and we would be very happy to share our own experience to bring the whole society to engage in the low carbon path. And this is particularly important on transport, as the shift we have to organize on transport is very important and very deep. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. Colleagues, this is also a chance to learn from each other as well. So we can only learn like if we could share the experiences and best practices that we are doing in our country, so that others can also be able to provide their insights is required. I also noticed that towards the end of the day, we'll be also feeling a bit tired as well, but we have Switzerland. Thank you very much. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So you were asking us whether or not we want to share some best practice, but also if we have some questions about best practices, and this is the second one. So one of the big chances for electric mobility is to having a storage in front of your house or in front of your building or wherever. An electric car is also a battery storage. So coupling sectors, building and transportation, in my eyes and in Switzerland eyes, is key for an energy transition in both sectors, actually, building and transportation. So we are kind of looking for policy regulations in order to improve this coupling, or having incentives to improve this coupling of buildings and transportation, as if any colleague would have some experience about that.
Thank you. Thank you for opening up that discussion. Any colleagues? I see Vanuatu. Vanuatu is at the back.
Thank you, facilitator. Reflecting on this very important agenda, which is of interest to a country like Vanuatu, as we know that capacity shortfalls embed progress in many areas. And for example, in integrated transport planning and in project development and implementation. Skills related to emerging technologies for seats like Vanuatu are expected to become increasingly important. There is a cross-cutting need for knowledge sharing and the development of special skills in this space. In the area of sustainable transport and mitigation actions, given GHG emissions in transport sector, Vanuatu had limited availability of human resource capacity, posing constraints in this space. Transport is likely to change in the future, as is the concern for discussion of the last 1 or 2 days. And with existing policies and education, professionalization and skills labor market will need to keep pace. So smaller and developing states like Vanuatu often lack the highly specialized expertise that is needed to sustain this transport system. So therefore, building capacities for effective transport asset management, including strategic, financial, and technical aspects that incorporate the whole life cycle, while also including local communities in the implementation and maintenance efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Perhaps I have Australia or Belgium. Belgium and then Australia. Belgium.
Yes, thank you. I'm not a technology expert, but I would maybe try to make good use of the presence of the arena expert here. And I think that, let's say, we think that international cooperation in terms of technology and of capacity building is key. And one of the initiatives that was taken in the context of COP26 was the Breakthrough Agenda, with a particular initiative also on road transport. And I wonder whether you maybe could give like a quick update on how this Breakthrough Agenda road transport initiative contributes to different ways of developing and transferring technology and building capacity. I've just been looking at the website and the report, and I think there are many interesting things, but I think it's better for you to share them than for me to do an attempt. Thank you.
Australia.
I think look, the context is the low and zero carbon fuels, and before you invest a lot of money into deciding the feedstock and production process for producing these fuels, you need to have a system to certify what the actual carbon impact of the feedstock production process and end use of the fuels are before you can actually make a rational decision as to which fuels you'll support and which fuels will not lead to the outcomes that you want, i.e. a low or zero carbon fuel. Now, one of the issues in Australia is that we don't have a system for doing that at the moment. As I've mentioned before, we have a system, or are developing a system, what we call the guarantee of origin, to certify the greenhouse outcomes for the life cycle of hydrogen production, and we may be able to extend this. This is not a decision government's made yet, but it highlighted a real gap. If you're investing in a technology that's supposed to get an outcome and you don't have a means of assuring you that that outcome is going to be achieved, then you can actually put investment into a fuel that is inappropriate, or you are not incentivising the production of fuels that have genuine low and zero carbon fuels if you treat, for instance, all biofuels the same, which is what, in effect, the accounting rules do at the moment. So before you put money, or before you invest into low or zero carbon fuels, our experience is make sure that you have a system that can adequately carbon account for the production, feedstock, etc. of those fuels. And that's one thing we're working through now. So very happy to work through with like-minded countries if they've also got a similar problem they're working through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Maybe is also to wrap up and also to provide an answer to what questions the colleague from Belgium has asked. I will hand it over to Simon. Simon?
Yes, thank you for your comment on the Breakthrough Report, which is an example of collaboration where countries, organizations are sharing insights on what is the road ahead and how it serves. And I'm very happy that those Breakthrough Reports are continuing and serve as an input to the discussions, including next month in the COP28. So essentially the breakthrough are really used as a consultation to influence the discussion and guide them throughout the direction of higher ambition in the context of the Paris Agreement. So this is something that is taken into account, and also is an example of international collaboration matching different part of the world's expectation. Here, in this particular context, the road transport and how it influences also the decarbonization of the transport sector overall. Okay. Good. So we can open for maybe one last comment if there is. Otherwise, we collected a lot of insight today. Yes, I see. Yes, the Saudi Arabia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-facilitator. I'll just direct your attention to our virtual expert who will be giving our intervention now.
Thank you. So it's an online contribution. Can you introduce yourself? So, yes.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you very much. I just wanted to say that before we begin, we need to keep in mind that there is no one-size-fits-all solution that exists. Technological pathways must be diverse and, one that is adopted to different territories and modes is very crucial. When we talk about capacity building, we want to understand that for EV technicians, there should be some training programs for EV technicians to be able to transition, employees or the capacity, human capacity that was existing in other sectors to be fit. So there should be their awareness campaigns, and that doesn't currently exist in particular countries or different developing countries. There should also be training and development programs within industry stakeholders or with industry stakeholders to be able to implement energy efficient measures. When we look at electrification or understanding the electrification of transport, we need to understand that there needs to be a comprehensive infrastructure and fast charging stations, and that currently does not exist in many countries and even specifically developing countries. And so that needs to be addressed. Also, addressing the anxiety, range anxiety situation is very important. And again, all of this is clear for developed countries, but also especially for developing countries. With regards to low and zero carbon fuels, the development of low or scaling up the development of e-fuels and hydrogen-derived fuels and fuel technologies is important, and that's lacking currently in terms of scalability. This is affecting the willingness for private sectors to commit to larger investments within the demand side for different transport technology in different sectors. And ultimately, we have to address also the lack of, or currently, still the transport, in terms of transporting and storing of these low and zero carbon fuels, it has not reached a mature stage, and therefore there's still concerns with regards to safety as well, with regards to transporting these fuels. And so there needs to be improvements with regards to the safety and security of transporting these e-fuels or hydrogen-derived fuels and the storage capacity. With regards to the non-motorized transportation, like technologies such as bicycles and whatnot, these are straightforward, they exist. But again, we do come back to the challenges that do exist with regards to different climates and hemispheres that may not be able to utilize these technologies, even though they're currently, clearly available. But due to climate and other restraints, that might not be something that's quite available. Ultimately, despite some of the challenges, that the integration and that we have in terms of collective transport systems with non-motorized fuels, non-motorized options, it's critical, and having standardized solutions is important, and so that's ultimately something quite important to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this contribution. I think you added on the discussion just before. So allow me to wrap up this third breakout room discussion. I think it is evident from the discussion in this round, both developed and developing countries have shared valuable insights into the challenges and solutions related to technology and capacity challenge. You all recognize the urgent need to increase ambition in mitigation in the transport sector to achieve the full decarbonization of the transport sector. And you identified commonalities in terms of challenges, including limited local human capacity and technical gaps, highlighting, for example, the need of additional technical expertise, for example, the shortage of trained technicians and engineers, but as well the need to reinforce institutions in terms of policy and regulation, and to better understand the nuance of this technology and how they can create a new enabling environment for the adoption of newer technology. Capacity gap as well from the contributions were also both on the vehicles, but also for the infrastructure. So building charging stations, refueling stations, and other infrastructure will require skilled labor and project management expertise, and developing countries here can develop such professionals that can efficiently develop this new infrastructure. And there was also comment on supply chain and education and entrepreneurship. I think the need for policy innovation and community engagement was mentioned as an essential component for this transformative journey. As we move ahead towards COP28, those knowledge exchanges and collaboration, highlighting the need for international collaboration, serve as an excellent bridge to address transport sector specific challenges. And together we can resolve and bridge those gaps. And the solutions were very diverse, forging partnerships, sharing best practices, and channeling resources, both human and financial, into capacity building initiative to accelerate essentially the adoption of clean transportation technologies. And many of you highlighted what you are doing on the ground. I like to acknowledge that the complexities are existing, but also you enlightened us with the shared wisdom to create actionable strategies that can drive the transport sector vital role in mitigating climate change. So thank you so much for your contribution, and this concludes the third round of the breakout room discussions.
Just a few announcements from the Secretariat side. I've been asked to convey to those who are eligible for DSA to endeavor to collect that today in the UNFCCC Secretariat. I think it's upstairs, and the room is Liwa. There have been some technical problems. Most of you are probably aware that you've not been able to obtain your badges for tomorrow's IFE. And they will now be making them available to you at ADNEC tomorrow morning. So when you approach, those who will be going to IV, you go to ADNEC, go to the registration desk and pick up your badge from there. And I was also told to encourage those who haven't yet registered for the social event this evening to do that. Pick one of the 3 events that the COP presidency is organizing. Thank you.
Okay, my fellow delegates here, could you get ready? This is the final session, I promise you. We will have a very good, enriching discussion, but I appreciate it's quite late, and I'm the only one standing between you and the plenary, actually, but also the cultural event. So can everybody get to their respective desks? Thank you. Hi, so I think you're all very used to the drill right now. Actually, it's just going to be me. Ben is unfortunately not able to attend. He's actually on a flight right now. So this is the final session of the breakout groups. Thank you for staying and engaging with the groups. We're going to be talking about the barriers, challenges, and any opportunities and best practices to overcome these barriers in financing just energy transitions in the transport sector. So just by way of encouraging debate or catalyzing some of the conversations here, I'll just recap some of the issues that we have heard in the last 3 groups that we've been in on this challenge. I mean, all delegates agree that there has been, that finance is one of the critical barrier and challenge to transitioning to more energy, low carbon and zero carbon transport systems. And some of the issues that were been raised regarding financing is that financing is finite, so we have to balance competing interests. Developing countries, particularly those that have very, very low emissions, have to balance the financing of mitigations in the transport sector with climate resilience and adaptation needs, which are much more pressing at the moment. There is a need to prioritize and sequence also financing needs because you can't fund everything, so countries need to prioritize and has to be dependent on local context. The issue of public finance came up, the stress that for many countries is a very high cost of borrowing on private international capital markets, and also accessing private finance is difficult. So the role of public finance was discussed both in terms of the public finance acting as a direct funder and also as catalysts to incentivize private finance through mechanisms such as de-risking public-private partnerships, blended finance, and so on. And although there are some benefits to private finance and innovative financing, there are also some challenges, including adding to the debt burdens. But also we have some concerns about innovative financing, such as carbon pricing, acting as a barrier for some countries in the trade regime. So those are some of the issues. There's also issues that were raised in relation to the cost of doing nothing versus the cost of actually, doing something now. Also, countries have stressed very clearly for the concessionality in financing for developing countries and urging for additional low-cost finance to meet these mitigation needs in the transport sector. But that these has to be additional to the adaptation needs, which for a lot of countries are priorities at the moment. So those are just some of the recaps of the conversations that we've had in the previous rounds, and I look forward to your contributions and your reflections and your comments on these issues. Thank you. Any contribution from this, any delegation? So, very good. So anybody would like to add to any of these financing challenges? Would be glad to hear them. To share expertise? Yes. No? You can raise your flag. We're looking at you expectantly. It's been a long day, I appreciate that. But finance is very exciting. Not so much for this crowd. Switzerland, thank you.
So yeah, I'm tired too, but I'm trying to start anyway. So yeah, when it comes to financing issues, Switzerland strongly believes that we should implement the polluters pay principle whenever it is possible. We came up with this, especially in the building sector. We have a CO2 levy on heating oil, and a third of the income of this levy is used to decarbonize the housing sector with funding. So I think this is an example that works and that is also politically quite feasible, because a lot of people can profit from a scheme like that. 2/3 of the income goes directly back to the people, so that poor households can profit too from a measure like this. So this is, I think, a good example of good policy. In the transportation sector, we're still working to implement something like this too. So this only goes for the housing sector. But I think what should help paying for the future infrastructure that we need for decarbonizing road transportation is getting rid of subsidies for fossil fuel. That will free up a lot of money for new infrastructure, for new net zero compatible infrastructure.
Thank you. Switzerland, great. Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much. I have some perspectives that I'd like to share in relation to small island developing states. So one of the constraints is that we don't have economies of scale, and we also have limited access to capital. And so the key question is, in most things, you require almost the same level of minimum capital investment for one car versus 200 cars. So the key challenge, how do you get funding to have that critical infrastructure, but you're not getting the payback because of limited critical mass to be able to cover those operating costs? So I think that is something we need to think about. Also, to be able to scale, could there be provision where you take a set of countries and you try to scale rather than to do it country by country? Something for us to consider. I also want to have a rethink in terms of the shift from where we are to where we need to be. So we're here today primarily because of the Industrial Revolution back in the 1800s. And we've been here for over 400 years or thereabout, if you compute the time. However, I think we need to consider not just the financial risk, but the sustainability risk in relation to the biofuel component. Because the oil is in the ground. It's going to be there. It's going to be there for quite some time. However, we do have many challenges relating to the production of biofuel, and I want to give two details. Detail number one is that we have the inherent issue of the climate action that could decimate crops that are being used for biofuel. That has an attendant risk of investing significant capital in infrastructure that may not be able to have the input of the biofuel that is really about climate change, drought, hurricane, that kind of challenge. So it's something for us to think about. And the second component, which I am not sure we captured, was the shift of production. So I can give you two examples. If we look historically as to the way we have used agricultural production, especially from the Caribbean perspective, for over 200 years it was sugarcane. And then we had alternative forms of sugar, other regions, so we shifted production. And then we had cotton production, and then when that no longer became viable, then we had to shift, and luckily we shifted to tourism. If you take that same analogy and you are investing heavily in biofuels, and who is controlling the production but the private sector primarily? What if there are significant shifts in pricing and they shift production where they have more ROI and the investment? That's a risk that we need to take into consideration, because attendant to that risk is also the return on the capital. So you invest, let's say, $100 million in biofuel technology and infrastructure, but that is no longer available because it's market-driven approach, and they may go to a different different type of agricultural commodity production. It is something that we need to think about. And lastly, I think it is critical to have what I would say a playbook, and it's not one size fits all. So how do large countries, more developed countries, what is the playbook, the best practices, the recommended path forward, the roadmap towards getting to where we need to get to? And what is the roadmap for small developing countries? Because the two approaches cannot be the same based upon capacity, resources, technology, know-how. Would love to be able to partner with the team, and if we want to be able to have a best practice to develop a case for small island developing countries, I raise my hand for Antigua and Barbuda to say, yes, we will participate, because I think ultimately with anything new and innovative, there has to be a learning curve, and you don't want to have 60, 70 countries making the same mistakes. Rather, you can at least have a starting point, and we can shorten that learning curve based upon the insights, the feedback that we will get from that particular starting point. So those are my thoughts and consideration, especially in light of the key challenges of limited resources, no economies of scale, prioritizing this kind of investment versus other types of investment. And we want to make sure that there is a return on the capital, but not just for 40 years, but for 400 years, just like when we had the combustion engine driving industrial revolution. That is the way forward in terms of the vision. And unless we cannot see that the shift will take us to 400 years plus, my recommendation is a mixed approach rather than to go all in with a particular strategy.
Thank you so much for your contributions, Antigua and Barbuda. We have Belgium. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, we have seen and we recognize, of course, that the investment needs are enormous, and in particular in developing countries, as is also pointed out in the IPCC report. But the IPCC report also shows that actually there is enough global capital, but that it's not going to the right investments. And we know this since a couple of years. Already when we agreed upon the Paris Agreement, one of the goals of the Paris Agreement is to align all financial flows with net zero and climate resilient development. And we think that's really the way we need to go. There will be a continued role for public finance. And just mentioning as an example, the EU has the Global Gateway where we will invest 300 billion between 2021 and 2027 in infrastructure, in improved energy connections, in ports and railways and so on. But we think also it's important to use public finance to the extent possible to leverage more private finance. But because we really will have to also redirect the private investment flows towards, let's say, in such a way that they can be useful in the just energy transition. And this includes also the whole discussion that is taking place in the context of the international financial system, where we also, of course, this is a whole discussion that is going on, but with the aim of using also these resources more to leverage more finance for climate finance and investments in low emission and climate resilient development. Then still on another level, as Switzerland has said, I believe it's really crucial that we redirect the funds that now go to fossil fuel subsidies away from fossil fuels and align these funds with the Paris Agreement goal of reaching 1.5 degrees. And one step furthermore, also as Switzerland has indicated, we think it's important to integrate the externalities in the price and through carbon pricing, give a price signal that also redirects both producers and consumers in the right direction, in line with the Paris Agreement. And in the EU, we have, as many know, we have the emission trading system, and also now we are rolling out the emission trading system also to the buildings and the road sector. And it's it's possible to use part of these revenues also for let's say for supporting those communities and households that are affected by these price signals, because of course we also need to keep in mind the social objectives that we have, and an example of this is the social climate fund inside the European Union that will be fed by part of these revenues, and this money will be used to support vulnerable households and communities that are affected by these price effects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belgium, for contributions. So thank you for raising the issue about public finance and the role of public finance in leveraging private finance. That's something that has been brought up in the other groups as well. One of the questions I did have for the delegates in the previous group was when we talk about creating an enabling environment for private finance. Would you not think there are what happens to some of the projects that perhaps the private financiers will not naturally support because they're not investable or they don't have a rate of return that's profitable to them? I'm thinking in the sense of when you have perhaps social mitigation, upskilling workers, tackling sort of environmental externalities of life cycle waste management and things like that, whether there is that, no matter how much you might put in to incentivize the private sector, they might not necessarily want to fund those projects. And also, yesterday we talked about non-motorized modes of transport, creation of cycle lanes, upskilling security measures, perhaps to incentivize these kinds of non-motorized transport, which again, it's question marks over whether you can incentivize private investments for those, and I'd like to hear some reflections on that aspect. And I have Saudi Arabia now. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-facilitator. I'd like to start by thanking you for your presentation this morning. And I would like to emphasize an important point that you mentioned, and that is the cost of mitigating the impact of the transition on communities. I think this is a very, very important part that needs to be highlighted even more. And I didn't hear much of it discussed today, but it's really important. And I think we must be wary of those challenges when we are looking to finance the transition. But ultimately, at the very heart of our transition lies the fundamental truth and the challenge of finance. And the disparities in financial capacities across regions, countries, and communities is evident. And recognizing this, it becomes crucial to approach our transportation goals with a sense of balance, a balance that subtly takes cues from the principles of being both optimal and fair, without overemphasizing any single doctrine. Access to finance for developing countries remains a challenge, and as mentioned in the morning presentation, there's disproportionately higher cost of borrowing and financing for small and medium-sized countries, which in turn affects the ability for countries to have a just and equitable transition. Despite developing countries' constrained capacity, they have developed national plan after national plan, while the finance has not been flowing. The reality is the private sector will always prioritize naturally the projects that are profitable. And this is why relying on private finance can be tricky. So enabling conditions such as policy instruments, greater public support, and technological innovation can reduce these barriers. With that being said, we need finance to be balanced among technologies. This is in line with the notion that there is no one-size-fits-all. And naturally, these types of technologies will be suitable for different contexts and different regions. So we need to be technology agnostic when it comes to finance. I will go into the specific investment in finance issues of each of the topics. So on the collective and non-motorized modes of transport, while they require significant financial outlay, the returns in terms of sustainability, health, and community well-being are very huge. It's an idea worth considering, and especially when we look at the economic trade-offs between immediate gains and long-term benefits. But it is important to note that although the trans-sectoral benefits of collective and non-motorized modes of transport are clear, and access to finance is a challenge, especially given the high upfront cost of such systems. With regards to energy and resource efficiency, think of this as a two-sided coin. On the one side, there's the initial financial commitment to energy and resource efficient solutions. On the flip side, there are long-term economic and environmental dividends. So incentives might be the nudge that is needed here to scale those efficient technologies and solutions. When it comes to electric vehicles, electric dreams, as they say, come with a price tag. And the journey to a world buzzing with electric vehicles will be financially intricate, from R&D expenses to infrastructure costs. And overall, we must ensure inclusivity and fairness, especially since not everyone can afford this shift and the high upfront cost associated with it, and also a comprehensive financing for the infrastructure that comes with it, from charging stations and so on and so forth. In terms of low and zero carbon fuels, even though the initial financial challenges tied to research and production of alternative sustainable fuels are tangible, the promise they hold for the environment and economy is immense. It's an avenue that, with the right support, can redefine the energy narratives. And across each of these domains, there's a shared sentiment that financial considerations are intertwined with technological advancements and socioeconomic implications. And as we think of the future, it's worth considering diversified technological pathways tailored to the unique financial landscapes of different regions and modes. Finally, it's important to stress the role of financing and financial support in enabling developing countries to begin and continue their journey to transition their transport sectors to a more sustainable transport sector. Keeping in mind that, again, each country has its own unique circumstances and unique specific needs, we end by saying and reiterating that there is no one-size-fits-all, and the finance should flow in all directions. Because without adequate access to funding, there cannot be a just and fair transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia, who's Antigua.
Yes, with your permission, 3 quick points. In terms of the finance accessibility, I think we have to look also at debt forgiveness at the same time. I think this is a very opportune time to do a reset because many of these small developing countries are not burdened only by accessibility but by existing debt. And what could be better and more opportune than to do a reset and just write those old legacy debts off that allow them to be able to have increased capacity to borrow. That's one point. And on the private sector side, I see 2 opportunities. One is allowing for tax credit for private sector companies to invest in this particular venture, this particular industry. So sometimes the cash flow may not be available to put the hard capital in, but they can pay it forward over time. In lieu of the taxes, they get a tax credit for the type of investment in this industry. And the second one that could be considered also as an incentive for the private sector is to have, again, losses carried forward. So in anything, invest in finance, it involves some amount of risk. And I think persons will be more motivated to know that if I'm investing in this critical infrastructure and there's risk involved and I have a loss in year 1, year 2, I'm able to carry those losses forward, not indefinitely, maybe for a 10-year period. And I think that's where the inducement will come from. And that partnership comes from the government being able to access because they're not burdened by these legacy debt from the Paris Club for so many years. And then the private sector has an incentive because there's some mitigation if they were to lose and not see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Yes, very important. I did mention at my presentation that we have to look at finance holistically in the context of the broader economic landscape, and debt is definitely a huge barrier to also accessibility, actually, because when you have a huge debt overhang, the cost of your borrowing is much higher on international capital markets. So accessing even that private capital that they say that is very important for these kinds of finance is almost virtually impossible for some countries. So the need for public finance is there, because otherwise you cannot finance these transitions. Any other contributions? Australia.
Thank you. I might touch on some of Australia's domestic approach firstly. I think one key way to help address some financial barriers and investment barriers we have domestically is the importance of solid government policy to help provide certainty to the business sector and give them confidence to drive investment and help reduce first mover disadvantages. One example of that we've discussed in other rooms is around having certification processes around different clean energy and transport fuel products that help reduce emissions, and that helps provide certainty that you're going to get real emissions reductions and helps compare different technologies and the carbon footprint of those technologies. We're starting to develop these policies now and hearing very strong messages from the business sector that kind of certainty helps them make decisions when they're driving investment. The other one is having strong public financing in the domestic context. We have two government organisations that look at this holistically, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. The Clean Energy Finance Corporation is actually the biggest public green bank in the world, and that directs all of Australia, a lot of Australia's clean energy investment, including in transport. And having these government entities invest in different sectors helps then create co-benefits for private investment as well. And then this combines with other government policies like creating incentives and looking at the demand side as well. And to give you some examples, in the transport section, we have green car loan schemes and also tax breaks for fuel-efficient vehicles. I also quickly touch on some of our policies in terms of providing finance to international partners. For example, we've recently significantly increased our development assistance to the Pacific, which includes new spending on climate change. We now have requirements for certain amounts of our development assistance to be focused on climate change. It's become a really key part of our development assistance. So this includes things like the early scoping for a Pacific Climate Infrastructure Financing Partnership to support climate and clean energy projects. But I also want to make a point here that a big focus is not, this isn't just a one-way thing. There's a lot that Australia can learn from the Pacific, and having these kind of connections through our financing partnerships can help support that. So to give one specific example, Australia is currently developing a First Nations foreign policy for our Indigenous communities, and we're really drawing on Pacific experiences and knowledge to help drive that. Maybe just to touch briefly on some of the broader financing issues that we've been discussing today. Agree with points that have been said in the room before, that public finance is incredibly important and it does need to be enhanced, and it has a very key role. But we're talking about shifting from the billions to the trillions, and we know that public finance alone isn't going to be enough to service the growing needs of developing countries. Therefore, it's really important to look at a number of innovative finance solutions, and I think a number of good options have been mentioned in the room already, including blended finance solutions, using public finance to help de-risk private investment, and so on. We've talked previously about the role that multilateral development banks and the international financial architecture more broadly can play, and there have been very strong calls for reform in those sectors in the last few years. And this includes having climate mainstreamed into the way that they build their finance risk portfolios and that kind of thing. It also certainly has a very strong element of shifting investments away from high emission sources, so fossil fuel subsidies and the like. As was said by the delegate from Belgium earlier, we know that there's enough money out there in the world already to meet the needs, but it's just not going into the right place. So the more we can focus on that, I think the more we can really start to see exponential growth. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Australia. Do we have any other contributions? Argentina.
Thank you. First, I wanted to start off by thanking you for your presentation this morning. We did find it, I found it very, very interesting, this issue of the different role that public finance can play, and I wanted to highlight on this point since we were discussing it around the room. One of the issues that we have with the finance, specifically for our transition in the transport sector and in the broader energy sector, is that it's one of those areas where, because it's a mitigation, one of the mitigation points of, under the UNFCCC, we would categorize it as mitigation. It's an area where there is more private funding than in adaptation, for example, because there are projects that will yield significant returns. There are projects that are investable. We see this nationally. We have, for example, a lot of private interest in lithium in Argentina, in copper, in strategic minerals. We see this. We were slowly seeing it with EVs, but we do have an automotive industry that we already have big players there present with companies like Ford, Argentina, and things like that. So we know that there is private sector and there is role for the private sector to help us in this transition, but our priority for us is that this transition needs to be just, and the just element is not going to be addressed only with private sector. The private sector will invest in those projects that have guaranteed returns, that are already investable, or that are clearly investable with a maybe I don't want to say a minimal amount of work, but less work than the more complicated projects that as a society we're going to need for the more remote populations, for example, that have to do with adaptation of small towns and in the interior of the country that are not going to yield returns. So what ends up happening is the private sector shows interest in the projects that are easier, and it's left to the country, to the states, to deal with the projects that are more complex, sometimes technologically, to reach and that need more capacity. For example, if you want to suddenly have electric buses in a very remote town in some of our interior provinces, you need to connect them to the grid because maybe they are not connected yet. So you need to start from scratch, and that's going to be left to the government because it's not the return. Maybe it's a town of 300 people. No private sector is going to want to go into that. So we do see a role, obviously, for the private sector. We have heard clearly, and we've seen this in the broader finance negotiations, this issue of the private sector will have a role to play. And the public sector, the public finance has a role in the mobilization of that private sector, but we really wanted to highlight the aspect of provision, because even when you mobilize the private sector, you're mobilizing it towards these projects that are investable, that yield some sort of return. But there are going to be always projects, even under a mitigation item, such as a transition or energy transition, that you're not going to find, unfortunately, private sector that's going to be invested in that. So we want to really highlight this issue of provision of finance. Specifically, we can find ways to talk about those projects specifically. I don't think there's any country asking for donations to change their entire, obviously, ideally, yes, but we're a middle-income developing country. We have this issue of debt, sovereignty, debt, and debt burden. I don't think I need to explain Argentina's position on that. I think it's been very clear. But we really want to highlight this issue of provision. And I think that from the conversation that we've seen in the room, there is a role for each of these things, but we don't want to merely focus on the mobilization of the private sector, but also really highlight the places where provision of public finance will be absolutely key. And the need for the partnerships between countries to assure that provision. Because in our case, the national government is heavily constrained by its debt burdens, by the ongoing economic crisis that we have. So the leeway that it has to program these things, or the provinces that we have that have different priorities amongst themselves, is going to be very difficult. What we have been doing, I think in line with what Australia was saying, this issue of sending a clear signal of priorities. We are a federal government. We've recently adopted a national climate finance strategy and a sustainable finance strategy, one by our Minister of Economy, one by our central bank. And the idea is to have national instruments that can help line up the rest of the subnational governments and local governments, so we avoid mismatching, maybe moving backwards in one province and moving forward another with different types of projects. And the idea is to send a clear signal to the investors as well that this is a national priority. But the issue is that sometimes that's not enough per se. Sometimes we need maybe provision of public finance first from a developed country, and then the rest of the private sector says, okay, this is really a priority. Because sometimes the private sector looks at countries that have maybe cyclical economic crisis, such as ours, and say, we'll just wait for the next political cycle and maybe the priorities will shift. And that really breaks the long-term inertia that we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. We have Belgium.
Yes, thank you. And trying to react also to a couple of things that have been said in the room. Of course, we recognize that the issue of debt is a huge challenge and problem and barrier for many developing countries. And yeah, we will not solve this in this room, I would say, but just like a small example of where concrete steps are being taken is, for example, a debt for climate swap, which has been, how would I say, been tried, and what some European countries are trying to put in place step by step. And Belgium is in dialogue with Mozambique to on a small scale, but to cancel debt in return of climate investments of an equal amount of financial resources. So that's and I know about other European countries who are doing the same. So this is hopefully a hopeful first step, but acknowledging that the problem is bigger than this. Then responding to your question on the risking, like on the risking investment, also following up on what Australia has said. Another concrete example is that we as Belgium, we signed the statement at COP26 on international public support for the clean energy transition, which and there we commit not to invest any longer in fossil fuels projects abroad from 2023 onwards. And this has, how would I say, provoked a policy change, in particular on our export credit agency. And so the Belgian export credit agency, since beginning this year, adjusted its policy and is then not any longer de-risking investments in fossil fuel projects, but de-risking investments in projects that are aligned with the Paris Agreement. And another element, I think, responding to your question on some externalities that might not be taken into account by private investors, I think there is also a role for the host country to put in place certain regulations and conditions to ensure that investors respect social and environmental objectives when they invest in the country. This might not solve everything, but it's an important point also to make, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Thanks for raising the issue of terms and contractual terms. So that's very important, as we say, you know, the mix of different financial instruments and investments has to be there. I think the crucial devil is in the detail of the terms, and I think all countries need to be quite cognizant of what goes into those terms of those contracts. And thank you very much. And I think this is a wrap-up. So thank you so much for your contributions and a very enriching discussion here. And we are going to break for a few minutes and then...
Thank you so much, Celine. Indeed, here the final plenary will be prepared. The other groups will come from the other breakout rooms, and then we'll bring, I see Lola already and Amma, we will bring this global dialogue to an end in a bit. Thank you very much.